there's no time to waste. This month isn't just for Kindle peeps to participate. Get your backlog rounded up and pick the ebooks you think you'll be able to get finished, so your backlog will shrink. We're about to do the crazy thing that only we do. It's a month of endless sprinting from Dakota for you, our friends, and we will sprint 24 hours a day. So you can read your e-reader the whole month of May. KuKi, we're getting KuKi. It's time for KuKi MAYhem with all of your friends. KuKi, time to get KuKi. KuKi ends when May ends. KuKi. KuKi MAYhem, grab your ebook and read it. We're getting KuKi. It's time for KuKi MAYhem with all of your friends. KuKi, time to get KuKi. KuKi ends when May ends. KuKi. KuKi MAYhem, grab your ebook and read it.
Hello. Hope everyone is doing well. I am huddled up in bed, not well. I got a flare up with my vasculitis, which caused another rash, which has caused a bit of nerve pain in my right foot. When usually I only have it in just my left. So, and this morning found out that my car had flooded as well. It's a day.
Yeah. Well, at least you have internet.
Yes.
Yeah. So otherwise, I'd have had to figure out how to do sprints all of a sudden because I was your substitute tonight. Like, I hope she's on. I don't know if I'm ready.
Yeah, no. Nicole messaged me this morning. I'm like, yeah, all good. We've got our internet should be sorted. It should stop cutting out all the time as well, just even when it's not raining.
Yeah.
So hopefully that's all sorted. And then the rain's also stopped. It's supposed to start again later tonight, which I'm really hoping it doesn't, because I am going to have a car full of people on the weekend, well, Friday, and I don't want them to be in a stinky, moldy car. So,
and you're going to have to get it cleaned up from what already happened, right? You said it flooded, or?
Yeah. So
how bad was it?
So all of the boot was all flooded, and the back seat of my car, mainly on like the right hand side, which in Australia is the driver's side. But there was all like damp and wet, and there was mold in the back. Because there has been, it's just been terrible weather after terrible weather. There really hasn't been any time to air it out or anything like that. So it stopped raining, I think, Saturday. But I was unwell. So really didn't get to check till I did go down the street on Saturday, and I was like, oh, it smells a bit funky.
Oh.
And then today, yeah, we're like, well, it's well flooded. So and I'm going to have picking up Nicole at the airport on Friday. And then we're going to road trip down to Sydney to pick up Jessica Kiwi. And then I'm not sure if I'm picking up Brent as well. I need to figure that out. I'm totally okay to do anyway. But yes. And then I'm just hoping my foot and nerve pain is better because we have a huge weekend planned. Well, it's really 4 days, not just a weekend. So I'm really wanting it to recover before then.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't
so
know
what
I'm
causes your flare-ups? Is it like stress, or is it
it's unknown.
Something, or
biologically something. I can't pinpoint what it was this time. But usually when it flares up, I see it like a physical resemblance before I feel any pain.
Okay.
And it's not as bad as the time where I ended up in hospital.
Okay, that's good.
But I have contacted my specialist and be like, hey, the rash is back. I think I might need to get that infusion again. Because he was like, yeah, if it keeps not showing up, then, we don't need to do another infusion. But it's been about nearly, when did I have it? I had it in August, was my last one. So it's almost nearly been a year, like 9 months at least.
Yeah.
When, the standard is like 6 months to a year.
It's better than it could have been.
Exactly. Right? And so I saw the signs quite early. So I literally have just been resting it, not moving around, don't want to exacerbate it, don't want to do anything. And also the pain, it's like the kind of nerve pain where a little tiny touch can like send a shockwave through my body. So it's not pleasant. Oh. And then the left foot's gotten a little bit tingly where it was starting to come quite good again.
Yeah.
So
it's actually maybe a good day for you to be stuck at a computer, because you can't really move too far away from your screen because you have to host.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So whether or not I'll read or be able to concentrate on listening to something, we'll see in this
week. You have like diamond painting or something that you could focus on if you can't?
I do, but I'd have to get it out, and it is under my bed. And
you need somebody else there that can fetch
things. I do have some like coloring books, so
because I know sometimes that helps if I just need to focus on like just color in this section, ignore the pain. Yeah.
I'll see what I can do there, but if I do listen, I probably won't like physically read. I don't think I could concentrate on that. If I do, it'll be listening to the Sherlock Holmes book.
Oh yeah.
Which I'm about 40% into. So and it's not very long. I think it's 120 something pages in the book. So
yeah, it's a novella or a long short story.
Yeah, I could definitely finish it. Maybe.
Yeah, you can finish it.
To it. Yeah, I might do that. I might listen to the audiobook and color, because that'll keep my mind off the pain, and then I should be able to focus on listening, I think.
Yeah,
is kind of the plan. But I just want to be better because I'm really excited to see everyone. And
it's terrible timing right before the big
especially because we're going to be spending like one of the days at the zoo all day. And so
you're going to be on your feet, or you're going to be in a wheelchair to be able to do that.
Well, I am taking my like crutches, my sticks to get around. But Nicole has offered that if I'm having a bad pain day or for whatever reason, She said she's more than happy to push me around in a wheelchair,
Yeah.
which is very kind, but that's such a burden on somebody else.
Well, does the zoo have, like, I know some of our zoos, you can check out an electric wheelchair at the zoo. And
I think they have like a little like mobility scooter kind of
yes,
thing.
because you could do that.
It's for a fee. I don't think it's much of a fee.
Yeah.
I know that they have free wheelchairs, but I'd probably sooner get on a mobility scooter than have to burden someone with push me around, because
Well, I know last time we took my grandma somewhere like that, she was able to just check one of those out, and
yeah,
I don't know which ones you have to pay for and which ones you didn't. Where we were, you could just check it out, but
yeah,
it seems to be pretty common now.
And if I'm still in the same situation when I go over to America, apparently I can do the same at Disney.
Yes.
And check out a mobility scooter for the day, which also, means that I won't have to be standing around in the long lines, and then
they actually prefer you to do that because it cuts back on their liability if something happens because you're on your feet too long.
Exactly. And they have you go and then they'll give you a time to come back, and then they'll go through the exit.
Yeah.
Which is good and it is bad. It's good because it's, for me, sometimes standing around can be really fatiguing. But at the same time, I feel like there's a lot of cool things to see while you're lining up at things. There's lots of bits of it's all an experience. So if I'm having a good day, I won't. And even if I start off having a good day, then I can always go back and find someone to help me later. So, but yeah, if I can avoid it, I will.
It's nicer not to need it. Yeah.
Exactly. And we have another friend. Hello. How are you, Neva?
I'm here. As usual.
That's how I feel too. I'm here. But yeah. What are you all planning on doing today?
Oh, I should be reading. Where is this book that I should be reading? I should be reading Bloodguard. I probably actually will read some. Okay, I've literally not read today because we did Ari's birthday party, and then I got a new digital reading journal on my iPad, so I've been transferring all of the bits of data that I've just been saving in random planner pages, because I'm well, I need the information but have nowhere to put it. So I probably will read in the first sprint just so I can feel like I did something today. And I need to finish this book by the end of the month because I don't want to carry this over into the Amazing Readathon.
Fair.
Yeah.
I already have books picked out for that fit all the prompts, and I'm I don't really want to have to try to fit in another random book. Plus, this is for something else. I don't remember what the hell I was sending this for. Maybe it's part of my TBR this month. I don't know. To be honest, who knows? Okay, it's the end of the month, and I'm lost at this point. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. So yeah, it's fine. Hopefully, I do have this on my Kindle, so I'm hoping that I'll read. My insomnia has been really bad the last couple of days, so I'm not tired at all. So I'm just well, you might as well read or do something instead of just lay in bed for 5 hours staring at the ceiling.
Yeah.
That's
and you do better late at night too, right, Neva?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah. So your natural bedtime is probably pretty late.
Yeah, my natural bedtime is 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah, you're like me. It takes work to go to bed at a normal time.
And luckily, Ari is old enough at this point that if she's home, like tomorrow she'll be home because it is Memorial Day here in the States. So she has no school tomorrow, school Tuesday, and then her last day of school is Wednesday. But she goes outside and plays with her friends during the day. So she's either here at the house, like watching TV, or she's at a friend's house whose parents I know, and they're like in their house playing. So she's always like in a safe place.
Environment.
So a nap at like 2:00 in the morning, she's probably like with one of her friends, so I can lay down for a couple of hours. So I'm just like, you know what, we're just gonna go with it. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah,
Nice.
makes
And then
sense.
what are you reading, Jamie?
I have an arc that I am now at 81% in, so I should finish it in our first sprint, called Who Killed Green Hope, which is a genre blend, near future sci-fi and murder mystery. Kind of silly, but actually surprisingly good. So I'm finishing that, and then the next one, the one that I'm officially reading according to my little label on the screen, is The Sea Gives Up the Dead by Molly Ogwin, which I know nothing about except the cover is pretty, and I love the title.
I feel that's me with half the books I choose. I choose my books based on covers.
It's pretty, and the one I'm reading now is pretty too. It's really bold, bright colors, kind of modern art. And so I knew nothing about it. Sometimes they turn out really bad. This one's actually okay.
That's how Bloodguard was for me. I was like, oh, the cover is pretty edges, cool, we'll get it. And then I got it home, and Brittany was like, I think that's about, I was like, I have no idea what this book is about. And of course, Brittany also had it. So she's like, I'm pretty sure it's about gladiators. So I was like, all right, cool. I'll read about gladiators.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a bit like wishing that I had put it on my list because I just really want to read a cozy mystery, and there's a cozy mystery that's been on my TBR for forever. It's by Charlene Harris. And it is part of like one of her series, and it's not the Sookie Stackhouse books. It's Aurora Tea Garden.
Okay.
And
why is it not on your list?
Because I don't know why. I was like,
and we have 5 or 6 days left, depending on where you're sitting on the planet right now. Make a new rule that you get to swap a book out, put it on your list, and read it.
Well, I'm not going to finish my list regardless.
Yeah, so just swap it onto your list.
Yeah, or I'll just
wait. That's what you want to be reading, so just read that. And then say it's on your list and swap it for a book that you know you're not going to get to.
But I also kind of want to stick to my list. Just
say that you get one wild card. Just give yourself a wild card. Say that
I already did a side quest by reading the Kiss in the Coronavirus.
That's a thing. This is a swapping out a book thing. So and then next time you'll just be like, well, I made up this thing near the end of the game last time, and it was great. So now we have wild cards, and from then on we have wild cards.
But I think I might make up my first book of June, is what I'm thinking.
Are you doing Tyre?
I still haven't decided.
Okay. There is a team for people that want a lower stress version too. Yeah, so you don't have to do the full-on competitive version that
there's a non-competitive team because you're not competing. I think it's just like for fun this year.
Yeah, it's like you're not counting points. You're just reading along, reading the prompts, but you're not stressing about it.
Because I'm on something. I don't know. I'm on Katie and Leandra's team.
Same. We are on the same team for this one.
Yes, so fun. But I finally made my journal spread and I posted it in the Discord because I was like, everybody has the same prompts. I was pretty sure. So
we have the same for the 10 main prompts. Yeah.
So I checked the graph to make sure before I post because I didn't want to ruin anything, God forbid. But it's going to be fun this year because I'm not hosting.
Yes.
I hosted the last 2 years. So I'm actually just excited to just participate.
Yeah.
I think it'll be a June 1st decision, or even June 2nd.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because I'll still be in Sydney when it all starts.
Oh yeah. So you won't be quite ready to start something new.
Yeah, because I don't take Jessica Kiwi back to the airport until Tuesday, I think. And then I think Nicole's flying out from Newcastle as well. So she'll probably drive back with me as well. And then I'll drop her to the airport. Because it's a hell of a lot cheaper to fly to Newcastle than it is to fly to Sydney.
Yeah.
Because Sydney's a massive international airport. So the tax, like the runway taxes you pay are so much higher.
Yeah.
So
you guys are going to have so much fun.
I know, I'm excited. If my health.
Yeah. You're going to take it easy.
I will go and be in pain the whole time. That's fine. But
because a couple of years ago, so in 2023, I went and visited Rainey, and I knew that being on a plane, even though it's only like 4 hours, right? But I was like, being on this plane is gonna kill my chronic back pain, and it did. And I remember like I got there, and I told Rainey, I said, I'm gonna go lay down for like 2 hours. I slept through the whole night, and then I got up the next day, and I was like, I am so sorry. And she was like, it's really fine. But then like the rest of the trip was super fun.
Yeah.
So, like I just. If the pain's not
yeah, it'll be amazing.
I'm stressed for my flight to America. That's gonna fucking hurt.
Yeah.
I'll have to like get up a lot and like stretch and
like massage and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, all kinds of stuff. And I can't wear the compression like stockings that they tell everyone else to wear because apparently that is what not to do in my case. The flowier the legs and like the more breathable my legs are, the better, because with like the inflammatory condition I get, like the vasculitis, the hotter my legs get and like the more irritated, and then that makes the swelling 10 times worse. And just a fun little package.
I'm gonna be real. People look at me crazy every time I fly because I look like a whole ass bum every time I fly. Because I don't care. Because I'm like, okay, I'm going to be comfortable on this flight. Like I'm not wearing heels and like a pencil skirt. Like no, absolutely not, ma'am.
Especially not a long haul flight. No way.
Right, pajama like comfort.
Yes, I mean like a matching like sweat set because I'm like, at least that looks put together, you know. It looks better.
It doesn't have any metal on it, so you don't have to worry about walking through any detectors or anything.
And I always wear shoes that slide on and off easily. I don't wear anything where I have to lace it up. Like I have a pair of Skechers that I actually got because Ari wanted us to have matching shoes, but they are sneakers. Like you can run in them, but you just slide your foot in them. Yeah. So I always wear something like that on flights because they always make you take your shoes off when you go through.
I think last time I was wearing flip flops.
Yeah,
Never mind shoes and socks, flip flops. They can see the feet.
Because I'm like, I'm not messing. Like I'm not going to sit here on a bench for 5 minutes to put my shoes back on. I'm not doing all that.
So I really want to take my dogs over to America because I know I'm going to do a lot of walking. But I have like a Chelsea boot one that's like literally has no laces. You just slide it on and slide it off. And I think that's the way I'm going to go. But then I will wear like my heaviest clothes when I'm boarding the plane. And then I will go into the bathroom and do a complete change and come back out. So I'm comfy for the flight. And then before we land, I'll put the heavy clothes back on again. Or even don't bother because they don't weigh again when you're getting off. So, yeah.
It should be fun.
But I'm also not taking much stuff. I'm only going to America for 9 days. So, it's not a long time. And both of our accommodations do washing.
Nice.
Like they have complimentary washing
I wonder who we
services.
have in the comments.
Yes. Hello, Kiani. Hello, friends. Hello, Christina. Remember to get your tickets stamped with a tap to the like button and pick up your transfer coupon by hitting subscribe. And be sure to stop by the bar car and get some hydration in. I need that. That is my first step of first sprint is fill up my water jug because it's empty. Also, if you stop by the dining car, let us know what you had and post it in the Discord. I've not eaten today.
Yeah, you need to eat food. It's good
Yeah,
food.
it's like 2 p.m. my time and I haven't eaten yet.
Yeah.
I'm just not hungry. When I'm in pain, I'm not hungry.
Yeah. I had pudding. That's all I've had so far. Chocolate pudding. I was gonna make a meal, and then I saw the box of pudding boxes in the pantry, and realized we had the Godiva peanut butter chocolate pudding mix for the instant pudding. Like I have
yum.
milk.
That sounds so good.
Yeah, and my fridge is at a nice cold, almost freezing temperature. So the milk was already colder than what they calculate for. It took 20 minutes for it to set up. It was great. So I've been having pudding.
That sounds delicious, and I wish I had something similar. I don't even think I have jelly, which is usually go-to when I feel sick or like am in pain.
Yeah.
It's jelly. It's a happy food.
Yeah.
Or I should say, our jelly is your jello, I think.
Yeah.
I think that's how it works.
That's actually what I thought I was going to make. I was going to make like a sandwich or like real food of some sort. And then I looked at the gelatin packs and like I could have made raspberry and I saw that chocolate. I'm like, yeah, that's dinner right there.
Yeah. I think I have like some like apricots and like a juice or peach. I actually think it's peaches. Have peaches in like a preserved juice. I might just literally make a huge bowl of peaches and just
you could do that and something like peanut butter
because it's cold and makes me happy.
Yeah, I've done just fruit and peanut butter and then toast.
Toast is my like go-to when I don't want to cook, but I don't even think I could eat toast right now because any food on my stomach is gonna make me want to.
Yeah, start with the fruit and go from there. Yeah.
Dee Dee is the next stop on the train, which is at 6 p.m. because usually I go to like a therapy dance class after this, but I'm not doing that today because I'm in enough pain as it is.
You don't need that right now.
To add a little more on top of there. That is not good. We now have links. See, I've been like dispersed from the internet since I think it was Thursday. With all of like the flooding and wild stuff. So we now have a full sprint schedule in like a little tiny URL. That's cute.
Yeah.
Usually I would sing this, but I do not have the energy to. So
I was dancing along to it.
Read it. Yeah. I saw you dancing and I was like, usually that's me too, but do I have the energy today? No.
That's all right.
Grab your ebooks, water, your meds, take them. Remember a cozy blanket. I have mine, or a fan. I don't have one of those because it's been so wet and cold. If anything, I should put the fan in my car to like dry it out because it got flooded. Your fave reading buddy and a positive attitude. Time to get KuKi. Hi, Sarah. I hope you're well. Hello, reading an arc of Kingdom of Shadow and Ash. I think. I don't know if I have that or not. That name sounds very familiar. Hoping to read at least 10% more tonight. How are you enjoying it so far? Christina's saying hi, Sarah. Sarah's saying hi, Christina. Coda is trying to finish the chat real fast. Hey, look, that's fine. It's fine. The intro goes for like 5 minutes. Hello, Glenda. Hope you're well. Sarah's saying hi to Glenda. Christina's saying hi to Glenda. Oh, Celine, you were missed last week because of the weather. Hope things are working all right. Like, I'm safe. My family's safe. Even my best friend is safe, whose town flooded way worse than mine did. She had water coming into her bedroom and all kinds of stuff. So only my car flooded. And our garage flooded a little tiny bit, but not a lot. It's just we have like a carpet in there, and that got a bit stinky. But yeah, my family's safe. There are some people who lost houses and complete lives in the floods. So I think there were like two deaths in New South Wales. There might be more, but I think I read about 2 of them. So yeah, definitely I'm on the better end of things. Just, my poor car. So if Jessica, Kiwi, and Nicole get in my car and it's stinky, it's not my fault. It's the weather. It wasn't me. Hi, Jamie from Christina. Melissa, hi. Hope you're well. Christina's saying hi to Melissa. Oh, thanks, Christina. I really hope I get better too. I just want the pain to go back to what it was. Not that it was really good then, but
Yeah.
but it was better than it is been like the last 2 days. So hello, Jamie from Glenda. It is talking fast now.
By then I was over here. I missed that bit. I'll have to go back and watch.
I know, very sorry to hear that. Oh, thanks, Glenda. It's life. Floods happen, unfortunately. We live in a world where you can't control nature. And I wouldn't want to control nature. I love that nature is just as chaotic as I am. Hi, Books and Lipstick. We named you something last time. Jessica Kiwi insulted you and called you a pig. She didn't really. She said something. I can't remember what it was now. It was at the pizza party. And she said something. A peg. She said peg, but because she has like a New Zealand accent, it sounded like she said pig.
No.
And yeah, it was a very dramatic, but yes. Hello. Hope you're safe from the flooding, joining late. Sorry, Peter said that. Yeah, no, I'm safe. My family's safe. My car's a bit soggy and stinky, but not too bad.
Remember, like anti like mildew powders that can,
okay.
you,
I don't know
you
if we
shake
have.
them on and let the powder do its work and then vacuum it up.
I don't know if we have those over here. I'll have to have a look. Surely we have something like it. Hello, Lipstick. Hello, Glenda. Also, hi, Jamie. Yep, talk about bad timing. I know. Terrible timing. That's my life, though. Nothing ever happens when it should. I just have had a chaotic life, and you just learn to deal with the chaos when you have a chaotic life. Coda has wrapped his spreads. I will have to go back and watch him
Rapid fire.
fumbling on the words.
I know he had 4 minutes left when he realized he needed to actually do comments. So.
Coda's wrapped up his sprints and he's finished his sprints. Happy time zone, my friends. Hi, Kelly. Hope you're well. Hey there all. Hi, Molly. What are you reading today? What's going on in the world? Hi, Lexi. Working on a blanket right now while we do the chatty bits. Then I'll read Staircase in the Woods. Oh, I thought you were going to say The Staircase. And I was like, that was on my list for this month. I did not get to it, though. Which is like a horror, I think. But it might be based on truth, but not fully the truth. I think. I have one like actual non-fiction true crime book, which I didn't get to, but I will also be picking that up very early next month because that book looks so good, and it's set in a town I used to drive through on the way to my auntie's house.
Okay.
In so it's all about a woman who is believed to have killed her husband. So
That could be
fun. Hi, working on a blanket. I read that one. See, my brain's not working.
Yeah.
Hi, Kelly from Christina. Hi, Molly. Hi, Lexi. Hello, Kelly, Molly, and Lexi. Kelly said, I'm off to bed but wanted to click the like button first. Have a great train ride. I hope you sleep well, Kelly. Sleep sweet and take well, Kelly from Christina. Glenda saying hi to Neva. Christina saying hi to Neva. Glenda says, good night, Kelly. Take care and sleep well. Molly said, I have no idea what I'll be reading, but it will be done lying down. Hopefully, I do not fall asleep. I 100% get behind the reading horizontally or whatever you do. It's
Just
horizontal.
make sure you're not holding something above your face in such a way that you might damage yourself if you fall asleep. Because I've done that.
I do that all the time.
I was holding a paperback above my head and I started to doze off and I dropped the paperback and the end of the spine hit my lip and split my lip. And I looked like I'd been in a fight. Right.
How big was this paperback?
It was just a paperback. I think it was an Agatha Christie, and it wasn't a big book. But
That's
hit
wild.
just the right angle.
I've done it with my iPad. I've brought my iPad on my face, my phone on my face, my laptop on my face, because sometimes I'll type things or I'll be watching something on my laptop and I'll fall asleep and the lid part will smack me in the face. I just,
if you're gonna fall asleep, make sure that you secure your scene before you start.
yeah. And I think also just my life policy is whatever you do it, just do it horizontally.
Yes.
Just wandered over from Coda's chatty car. Took us a wee bit, but here we are. Welcome. Charles. I feel like I can't just say Charles. I feel like I have to say Charles, Uncle Daddy. It's weird if I don't say the whole thing. It just doesn't feel right. Or Steve.
Yeah.
Hi, Steve. Did you bring me a monkey? Oh, not this again. I wanted to do Leandra's team, but it's so big.
Yeah.
But if it's full of good people.
Here's the thing. I'm indebted to Katie. Okay. I'm indebted to Katie because I was not on her team for Readathon, and because I got recruited by Brianna. So she was like, how rude of you to not be on my team. And then I was like, Leandra and Katie on one team?
Yeah. How can you say no to that?
I cannot. I just love them both so much.
Yeah.
So. Some people were like, you're not on Brittany's team. But listen, Brittany.
That was my second choice, but I didn't like the extra points prompt for her team.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. But here's the thing, okay? Brittany puts up with me enough, okay? Sometimes I have to give her a break. She would tell you that I don't have to give her a break, but I just feel, that sometimes
you feel it.
She deserves a break from me.
Fair.
Yeah.
I'm reading Boomtown by Nick Stone at 75%. Also, August Lane by Regina Black, a romance. That sounds lovely. See, I never go to pick up romances. They're not my first books to pick up yet. For some reason, I seem to rate all the ones I do read quite highly.
Yeah. So maybe you are a romance reader and just haven't really recognized it yet.
Maybe I'm trying to deny it because my best friend is a huge romance reader, and I'm like, no, I'm a fantasy reader. I'm definitely a fantasy reader, but I'm denying the romance.
So here's what I would do is I would say that I didn't like fluffy romance. Like I didn't like anything that was like fluffy, like rom-com.
Yeah,
Like I was like, ew, why no? Dark. I was like, I'll read a dark romance. Like the darker the better. Like let's go. But I did not want anything to do with like fluffy romance. And then my friend Kristen was like, hey, like she had, I think it was like 2022 or 2021. It was like right after I got back into reading, like during the pandemic in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think like 2021, she spent all of 2021 and she would use a hashtag on Instagram. You could probably still find some of the posts if you really look. But she made a hashtag up on Instagram that was hashtag make Neva a romance reader. And she spent all of 2021 just trying to find romance books that I liked. And we finally found, it was Emily Henry. Mm-hmm. And then the first year, I think 2022 or 2023, Aoife did rom-comathon. And I was like, this is my calling. This is my time to like find rom-coms that I like. And then I never looked back after that. Now I just read whatever, except Allie Hazelwood. I do not read Allie Hazelwood. Absolutely.
I think one of my favorite romances that I've ever read, there's two that I really like. And they're both, they're both like lesbian romances, and I just love that. Which is Delilah Green Doesn't Care. Absolutely love that book. I thought it was so good. And then there was another one. It was a Christmas book. It was called Make You Mine This Christmas. And it was like a fake dating between a girl and her brother. And this guy that she works with hires her to come home for the holidays kind of thing. And then she falls in love with his sister while she's there. It's such a good book. I really enjoyed that one.
Yeah, I loved it. I loved Delilah Green. It was so good.
I haven't finished reading that series yet, but I want to.
So I read Delilah Green, and like I didn't give 6 stars at the time. If I did, it would be like a 6-star book. Like when people ask for like my favorite romance book, that's the book I give. And then last year, Nicole and I buddy read the second one. Ashton Parker doesn't something. I don't remember what the hell it's called, but the second one. And I need to read the third one still. But I really did like this second one, even though I didn't think I would like Astrid's book because I didn't really care for her in Delilah Green.
I didn't either.
I really did like her in her own book, but I think it's because we see her out from a different lens. Like in Delilah Green, we're seeing from the lens of Delilah, right? And they have like this step-sibling rivalry thing going on. But then with Astrid's book, we see her from her own lens, as opposed to someone else's. So I did like it.
I had empathy for Astrid in her book because after seeing the way her like fiance was treating her was just dirt. Absolute dirt.
Her mom was absolute trash.
Oh, her mom was also trash. Yep. Nikoja. Yep. So modified from your name, Keone, which means the reborn warrior. That's kind of cool. Well, I am a reborn Fanny Hill, so let's go. Don't know if she was a warrior, maybe a warrior in the sheets, by the sounds of her story.
She was a pioneer of something, yeah.
She was the pioneer of prostitutes, maybe. The purifier, the destructive protector, derived from Greek, so perfect for my villain, as he's the opposite of that. I love that I'm the villain in your story is being named after me. That is the kind of chaos that I promote and highly encourage. If anyone has ever played D&D with me, they call me the Chaos Queen for a reason, because I make really terrible character choices that cause so much drama. I love it. I live for it. We take days to name our characters, so I've researched and used your names. Now this is the villain is going to cause chaos to the heroes in. I love it. Can't wait to read it.
Yep.
I tick of approval. Oh, I could go for some chocolate pudding now. Me too.
Yep. It's good stuff.
I'm in no way, shape, or form to drive anywhere today. So that's not going to be happening.
You need to get somebody who lives in your area to bring you pudding.
See, thing is, I don't have any friends in my area because all of my friends are either on the internet or my best overseas because I lived in England for 2 years and I came back. So I was in a really terrible relationship and then I split up from that person and I lost like all of my friends. And then I moved overseas and I made whole new friends. But then when I came back, I had no friends except for my best friend we've been best friends since kindergarten. So, and she lives like 2 hours away. So, yeah, it's really pretty far. And yeah.
One of us needs to relocate like down the street from you.
That's okay. I am purposefully going to make sure that I get some chocolate pudding to have in Sydney because I can.
Yeah.
And I just have to make sure it's gluten-free. Which I'm sure I can find some. That's gluten-free. Or I have to. I'm getting, for mine and Nicole's little road trip to Sydney, I'm getting us this peanut like chocolate thing that she likes, like scorched peanut bites, and the honeycomb chocolate that she sent Coda, because I've never had that honeycomb chocolate, and I know she loves that honeycomb chocolate. So that's going to be our road trip, so that we don't kill just Kiwi.
Yeah, probably a good plan.
Yeah, we don't want to kill her.
Yeah.
When I get like that, not hungry because of pain or heat, I have a smoothie with protein powder in it. Yeah, see, I've got really weird taste buds and I can taste most things. So like
it's got to be the right flavors.
I taste protein powder really strongly. Same with vodka. People are like, oh, if you mix vodka with things, you can't taste it. I'm like,
no, you can still taste it. It's like you steeped your rubber bands in it. It still has that flavor.
Like, I will drink dirty bean water, but I will not drink potato water. That's where I draw a line.
Yeah, I don't like the texture of the protein powder. And it's so hard to get that texture to completely go away. Yeah. So even if the flavor is fine, if the powder texture is still in there, it hits my tongue like, nope, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Hi, Sadia. Hope you're well. I like it, but it's a little slow. Very descriptive writing style. See, I love a good descriptive writing style. I'm also a huge fan of like whimsical writing, which is why I think I like When the Moon Hatched so much, because I've been trying to think about what has been setting that apart from all my other like fantasy series. And I think it's the whimsical writing. It really works for me. So
Finally reading that next month.
Enjoy it.
I got it for my birthday. Who sent it to me? Nell sent it to me for my birthday. So I have like the hardback copy that has like the pretty like blue edges, which I actually didn't think I was gonna be able to get because it had been on my wish list for so long.
That's the one that I have.
Like I was pretty sure that they had removed it, and then she sent it to me. Like it showed up at my house, and I opened it. And I was like, oh, the pretty edges. But then it's been on like 4 TBRs this year, and I just have not gotten to it. So I purposely made it one of my amazing readathon prompts. Yeah. And I told the girl, even if you listen to this as an audiobook and then you go like reread it later, because I know me, if this happens, this has happened every year. The Amazing Readathon, I read a bunch of books and I remember none of them. The first year that we did Amazing Readathon, half the books that I read are back on my TBR because I don't remember. Like I read them for Amazing Readathon, but I read them so quickly that I didn't retain anything. The only books that I retained from the first year of Amazing Readathon was Pucking Around. I'm not even joking. That was the only book I retained.
Yeah, I did better than that, but I do still have a stack of books that I, in all honesty, don't remember enough about. that I want to be able to check them off for things where I really ought to remember them.
Right.
So they're still here. Like, I get rid of my books when I finish reading them. I can't yet. They're going to have to be read again, and they're back in my TBRs, and it's like having a pebble in your shoe. Like, they should be gone by now.
Yeah, Fireborn was the one. Is that what it's called? Fireborn? I think that's it. It was a fantasy. I read it last year. Or maybe the first, I don't remember. But I read it for Tar, and Brittany was talking to me about it, and I was like, yeah, I read that. Like, I need to read this second book. And she was like, yeah, like one of my favorite fantasies or whatever. And I was like, okay, yeah. So I went and I just kind of tried to like recap it for myself, and I could not remember anything. So I was like, well, I'll just pick it up. I'll just start reading, and then like I'll remember it, because sometimes like if I've already read something, once I get to a certain point, I'll be like, oh, okay, I remember. And
yeah,
then
it jogs your memory, and then you got it all back. Yeah.
I read 20% of this book, and I was like, I do not ever remember even opening this. Like, I don't remember any of this happening. Like, when did I read this? And then Brittany was like, well, check your Storygraph and see, because I'm pretty diligent on my Storygraph and my spreadsheet, which back then I didn't have a spreadsheet. But my Storygraph, I'm very diligent about marking whether I've read it as an audiobook, even if I track it for pages.
Yeah.
Like, I'll still use a tag that says that I got it. And it says I read it through Audible.
Okay.
So I checked my Audible, and it does say that I read it. Like, I own the Audible book, and it says that I read it. And I'm like, I remember nothing. So it's back on my TBR because I'm like, I want to remember this. Like, I want to.
Yeah. But I'm actually going to do a reading journal next month. I'm going to do at least a paragraph of my thoughts of every single book, whether it's a side book or a main quest book or whatever it is. I will be writing at least a couple sentences of every single book so that I at least have something of my interacting with the book to jog my memory.
Yeah.
Because it drives me nuts when I do that.
I started doing this on Storygraph. I was really good about it for the first month of the year. Where I would, because I go into Storygraph every day, right? And I update my pages anyway. So there's a thing where you can write like your thoughts or whatever, but nobody can see it. It is basically, they call it reading journal or whatever. And I was really good about doing it where I'd write like a little blurb every day. And then when I ordered my new custom digital reading journal, I was like, okay, what is something that I need in this journal to help me track things? So I had her put weekly pages in it. And they're only big enough for me to put like a book cover and then write a little bit of something or type up a little bit of something next to it. So I was like, okay, every day you have to come. It's on my like daily to-do list in my actual planner to go update my reading journal weekly so that I will, when I go to write my like whatever, my reviews, I can at least look back on my notes and be like, okay, which I use a lot of pictures in my reviews. I don't write a lot anyway, but at least then I can be like, oh, okay, here's some quotes that will like, even if all I write is a quote that I really like, at least it will keep the book in my forefront. Because I'm just like, girl, I just be reading books and then people like, oh, why'd you get that book 6 hours? I don't know. I did at the time. I read it. It was great. I could tell you nothing about it, including the characters. So
even though it was amazing at the time,
it was great at the time, and I can't tell you nothing about it.
I think every book that I've read this year, I've tried to pull a quote from, just to make sure I've got at least a quote for each book.
Yeah, I've also been really good about highlighting things on my Kindle because then it saves in my Goodreads. Yeah, I don't use my Goodreads for literally anything else. But Goodreads, will track like your highlights and stuff. Like you can make them private or public. I really don't give a shit if you see them or not. I mean, I have family members on my Goodreads. I really don't care. They know what I read. But at least that way I can go look back at the quotes and be like, okay. Plus now Kindle, if you've updated your Kindles, all Kindles got an update where now if the book is part of a series, you can read a recap.
Oh, that'd be handy.
Oh, that's cool.
So like when you click the 3 little, things, little hamburger menu at the bottom of your book to download the book. It'll say like read recap. So I did it the other day just to test it out for Throne of Glass because I've already read that. And it gives you a very comprehensive recap so that you can just move on to the next book with like, thank God, because I spend so much time rereading things to move on in series.
I also really like how they now put on your Kindle, they will put any book that's in a series in its like its own little stack.
Yeah, when you look at it in library view, yeah, that's very convenient. I love it.
So you don't have to like go searching, where's the next one? How long ago did I add that?
And it'll tell you when you open the stack how many of the books you own, so that if you don't own all of the books, then you can go purchase them easily.
Get them. Yeah. Thanks for letting me use your names and come up with a deadly villain name. A Killer Soul, the second villain, who becomes main villain after Coco is dead in the first book. I'm just honored to be a villain, honestly. That's just my life goal. Hello, everyone. Hi, Courtney. I hope you're well. Hello, Sadia, Matt, and Courtney. Hi, Courtney from Christina. Hi, Sadia. Hello, Choco. Is it PQ? Is that how you say it? I don't know if I said it right. Just call you Choco.
Yeah, do you have a better name to call you?
Because I like chocolate. Chocolate is delicious.
Wow.
Climate change impact everywhere. Australian or New Zealand, not even spared. It is global. Oh, we have the worst ozone layer over our country. That's why the sun burns a lot hotter here. And our skin, especially for me, I'm very pale. I'm not one of those nice, tanned Australians. I am one that
bronzed.
I definitely think that I have some descendants from Scotland or Ireland, because I go out in the sun and I will turn into a lobster. No tanning here. I don't even fake tan. I'm just white. Fancy seeing you here, Christina. She's everywhere. She called me Peg, but I'm Piggy. Do you do? Yeah. She was very insulting, and we found out the more that she insulted people, the better views that we had that night on the street. The more insulting she was.
So we have a formula for late night sprints,
formula for late night sprints.
What time is it for you guys over there right now?
3 p.m.
Okay, so afternoon sprints for you guys, late night sprints for us.
Well, usually I don't start on a Monday till 3, but for some reason, Coda's sprints were scheduled an hour earlier. We're scheduled to finish an hour earlier than normal. So I don't know. Kiani, some of life at a certain level of pain, and when it goes up, it's unbearable. I understand wanting to be at our normal. Yeah. Yeah. If I could have less than my normal level, I'd absolutely love that. But
then the normal level is going to be noticeable.
I don't see that happening anytime soon. Hello, Selena, Jamie, and Neva.
Wow. All of a sudden, like a flip of a switch, we all of a sudden have a downpour. It's loud out there.
Oh.
It must be like hail and rain or something.
The rain's on your end of the world now.
It's loud. And it was silent. And now all of a sudden.
That was us, honestly.
I heard it when it started.
So did I, yeah.
Like, what the heck is going on out there?
That was us for the entirety of the last 2 weeks.
And now it's basically
we have never had so much rain.
Okay.
Finishing documentation for work, and then I'm back to for the fans at 15%. I feel like I know that book. Is that sports romance?
Yeah, it's sports romance. Your girl, which is me, thought it was hockey romance. Apparently, it's like gay basketball.
Basketball. I know.
player, one's a football player. I don't know. It's gay. That's all I know. So it's still on my TBR. I just moved it from my hockey TBR because I'm gonna make a video where I read other sports romance. We're gonna see if I like other sports romance other than just hockey.
Yeah.
My best friend loves sports romance, F1, hockey, anything. She'll read it. She is a huge hockey fan, though, in general. So she does love a good hockey romance.
I love it. Listen, here's the thing with hockey romance is that there's actual sport being played in a lot of hockey romances.
Yeah.
And I find that if you're going to tell me that it's a sports romance, I need to see the sport being played. You cannot just tell me that this man is a basketball player and then I never actually see his ass play basketball.
Yeah, if all they're doing is wearing the outfit, that's not the same.
That tells me zilch. That means that he could be on the basketball team and just benching it out the whole time. Like, absolutely not.
He's the water boy.
Right. I need to see the mascot, for God's sake. I need to see something like happening.
That would be furry, though. For a lot of the mascots, that would be a furry romance.
That's true.
I think I saw on what was I on earlier? I think it was NetGalley, and there was like a romance that's coming out about a mascot and someone on the team. So
here's the thing. But that's my issue with a lot of sports romances is that like they tell you that they play the sport and then like I never actually see it. But with hockey romances, like we tend to see I think that's like a big reason. I mean, other than like I have other reasons too, but a big reason I like the Jacksonville Ray series is because every book you see at least one game happening, like where the main female, like the main love interest, I should say, because we're about to get one that's men. Okay, that's gay, but the love interest that is not like actually playing the sport, we see them like attending or something, like we see sport being played. That's what I need. I don't just tell me that a sport is being played.
Yeah. I know that one problem that my best friend has with sports romances is when every single couple in a series of sports romances are all like same gender couples. Because she's like, that's not realistic.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Like where all of them are like
literally they're all
I don't love this either. Another reason why I always tell people, like, if you like hockey or specifically hockey, because there's no other sport in Jacksonville Rays, but because you get different couple dynamics in each book. So like Pucking Around is true polyamory, and then Pucking Wild is reverse age gap. So she is older than he is. She's 33, I think, and he's like 22 or 23. I don't know. He's old enough to drink, so it didn't really bother me that he was like younger than she is. I know for some people that like bothers them. And then Pucking Sweet it starts as like a why choose thing, and then it develops into polyamory. Like it's very interesting what happens. And then Pucking Strong is gay. Like it's male romance. But like, yeah, if all of your friends are lesbians, I don't believe you.
Yeah.
Like, bisexual.
Like you don't have one. And here's the thing is I can even get behind it if like we have all like a group of friends that are all same-sex couples, but they all identify differently.
Yeah.
So by that I mean like you have like a lesbian passing couple, but one half of that lesbian couple like identifies as being bisexual or pansexual, whatever, or non-binary or whatever,
or demi or something.
Yeah. If you have a group, if we have a book, like a book series that is 4 books long, and we get a different couple in each series, and all of them are lesbians, or all of like, I don't believe it.
Yeah, that's unrealistic.
I think she was reading like a Formula One series, and like every Formula One racer was gay. And it's like, I don't think that's realistic.
Maybe some of them are bi and are exploring, but I think we noticed.
Yeah.
They were
I also don't, but I'm also one to not believe that all of the friends in your circle are straight either.
Yeah, it's
Maybe
not realistic either
straight
way. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
like, give me like one of the, I mean, that's fine. Like, it can be all male female pairings, but you need to give me like people that don't identify as straight.
Yeah.
Even if they are in a straight passing couple, that's totally fine.
Yeah.
I'll believe you that all of your friends are in straight passing couples. I'll believe that, but I will not believe that they are all straight people.
Yeah. And especially once you get into parenting groups where everybody is male, female, and they have a kid, they may have met because of the kids. So there's some sorting there that's involved, but there still might be some underlying differences in the couples.
Right. That's like, as an adult, I have been in all, like, as an adult. I mean, like in high school and stuff, like when I was younger, before I was like getting into serious relationships, I dated not men. I identify as pansexual, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I tend to be in straight passing couples. Like, I just tend to be with men just because I like the masculinity of it all. Okay.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Okay. If somebody, I have had people look at me and be like, "Oh, so you're straight?" And I'm like, no. Just because I like the D does not make me straight, my friend. It's fine. It's really fine. But thank you for assuming. Yeah. I don't believe you if they're all just like heterosexual, or you're like, "Oh, every friend I have is gay."
It's just lazy writing at some point. They've got a formula and it works for them, and so they just stick to it.
I definitely feel like there needs to be, and that's the whole point. Like, we want to read diverse relationships, not all relationships are the same. That's not what we want.
Yeah.
We want to see the world.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And as soon as the document is over, Jean's going to bed. Well, I hope that you hang in there, Jean, and get finished what you need to be finished so that you can get some nice relaxing time. Glenda's saying hi to Jean. It happens to everyone. We last think of ourselves and worry if anything happened to our devices first. Silly of us. I've been asking for this monkey all month. He's still not brought one for me. So sad.
No.
Charles, Uncle Daddy, what are you doing? Like, get that lady a monkey. Like, come on. Hi, Jean. You've had a whole like month's worth of sprints to get this monkey. Like, you've had ample time. You do go sprinting eventually. You do get ample time to go get monkey. You know? Hi, Melissa from Christina. Hi, Kathy. Welcome in. Hi, just started my journal spread for Our Wives Under the Sea. I've heard things about this book. Was you reading that, Jamie?
No, my title for the next arc is similar. But I'll be reading The Sea Gives Up the Dead.
Oh.
But it has a similar vibe to the title.
Our Wives Under the Sea. I've definitely heard of it. I think someone else was reading that.
Some people on BookTube have been reading it and talking about it.
Yeah. Listening to Boy by Nicole Garland while I clean. Maybe was it a tear?
Yeah.
Could have been.
It might have been a tear. Jean, are we talking about Amazing Readathon with Leandra and Katie? Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, I'm having and supposedly Brianna has more. I saw something in the Discord about having more like graphics, which would make sense because the last 2 years she had like graphics that she gave us like as we hit each leg or whatever. I'm having way too much fun with the fact that I have 10 blank sections for each month in this journal. Because I was like, I need somewhere to put all of my readathons. And also, like, my TBR game changes. Like, the amount of books I have to read every month for that, it changes. I never know. So I was like, well, I can't make just, like, a generic spread for that. It has to be blank so I can change it every month. Yeah. So I used picture frames this month, and they look so cute. I'll post it.
Yeah, we need to see it in Discord.
So everybody can see it. But it's so, like, I spent so much time on this stupid spread. And so like I went and found like the Audible book covers instead of the regular book covers so that they were square, so they fit in the picture frame. And then I put like little labels on the picture frame with each of the prompts. I'll go post a picture.
Yeah, we need to see pictures.
We need to see it. August Lane by Regina Black comes out in July. Nice. Don't forget to click the like button. I just went to go down and click the like button. I'm on StreamYard. That is not a feature.
You know what though? I do this also whenever Jean, Glenda, or Christina is like, don't forget to hit the like. And then I'm like, oh, I'll go hit the like on my own stream.
Yeah.
But then I'm like, girl, you are in StreamYard. How are you gonna hit your own
There's
Yeah.
no like button over here.
Kiani, if you love sapphic romance, that was the word I was looking for before.
Sapphic.
And I just went with, I can't think of that word, so I'm just going to say lesbians. Romance, I recommend Late Bloomer by Maisie Eddings. I'm going to write that one in my thing. Where's my story graph?
Yeah, I'm waiting for a really convincing sci-fi, like actually sci-fi writer that does romance that includes Demi as a part of their range.
Mm-hmm.
And done
I
well.
like sci-fi. I wouldn't mind romance. I probably do like some romance.
Yeah.
But I also, the fluffy does not work for me. I have never found one that I really liked. The only romance that I liked was the Fern Michaels series set around.
I like the cover.
Yeah, that's such a cute book. I should read that. I think it's on my TBR actually.
Yeah.
Now that I see it.
That also reminds me, the other one I was talking about, the Make You Mine This Christmas, is also like one of the female couple. One of them is plus sized, as well as she has a disability. So it's
you get more rep in there.
sapphic, plus size, as well as like disability rep.
Nice.
Yeah. And she walks with a stick. And that was before I ever walked with a stick. And now I feel like, ooh.
Yeah. That
Like,
works.
I feel also, I realized one of my favorite authors growing up, which I probably should not have been reading her books growing up, but my English teacher really loved them and she knew that I loved to read. And so I read a lot of Tara Moss books. She writes a lot of crime, like it's crime, like it's pure like crime fiction. But she always has like these amazing female characters. I saw an interview with her a couple of months ago, and she also walks with a stick.
Nice.
And I was like, yes, like, because I remember being the first time I had to go out in public with like my crutch, I was like, because it's like one of the, apparently they call them Canadian crutches. I didn't know that was a thing.
Okay.
But it's like the elbow one. So like I think it's called forearm. I don't know. But
it allows you to not use your wrist too much.
Yes. And because I'm just also a really awkward height for regular crutches because of my body proportions, I can't really do the underarm ones. And it's a lot more sustainable than, getting like pain underneath your arms and stuff like that. Yeah. So I know she was doing it, and she was doing it wearing heels. And I'm like, dang, well, you know what? I'm going to work my way up to heels. Not quite there yet. I have my cousin's wedding in August, though. And I have a really nice pair of heels that I want to get on. So
We'll get there.
Maybe I'll build up to it.
Yeah.
Problem with me in heels is because I'm such a trip hazard because I can't feel my left foot is that it just, it could come down real quick. The protein powder I have right now. What was that? Sorry.
I went and put the picture in the Discord.
Ooh.
It's in the Journal Spread Inspo channel because I didn't know where else to put it. So you also get a sneak peek of the books I have to read for my TBR game because I haven't posted my TBR game yet for June. So.
Oh, that's so cute. I love
Also,
it.
the sticky notes are for my own thing because I give myself $1 for every book I complete on my TBR and $5 for every series I complete.
I
Nice.
love that. That's
So
cool.
that's what that means. And then that last sticky note is just so I can put like the actual amount of money, because when I have to film the next month's TBR, I give all the stats and then I'm trying to like add it up on screen like an idiot.
Doing
Like I'm
math while filming. Yeah.
while filming, and I'm not a mathematician. This is why I read.
It's hard
I
even
don't
if
know
you
how the
are.
rest of
Once you're
it is.
filming.
Like,
Yeah.
and then I'm like, okay, I read 4 books on my TBR. So I get $4. I finished 1 series, so that's $5. And then I'm like sitting here like a kindergartner, being like 5 plus 4.
Yeah, and you're talking it all out, and you're trying to not. Yeah.
I feel like that's me all the time. Whenever I try to like get on camera, it's like my brain stops functioning.
Yeah.
Like it just it doesn't know how to speak, it doesn't know how to math, it doesn't
All of a sudden, you can't pronounce anything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But then you know what? I sit in someone else's comments and I watch people struggle and I'm like, oh, like I can sound that out. Like I got that. And then you
Yeah,
get here and
when
you're
I'm
like,
watching Nicole and she's struggling with those names, I can pronounce all the names as long as I am not on screen.
Yep.
Right. And I'll even be sitting watching someone else's sprints and just like, this is the name, like they can hear me or something. But as soon as I'm on screen, I'm like,
Yeah.
What was that? Oh, the protein powder I have right now is a vegan one and dissolves easy and tastes like cupcakes. Okay. Hi, Kathy from Christina. Sleep sweet and take well, Jean. Some of us live. Whoops, getting sleepy. Sorry. No, that is totally fine. It's a stepbrother's football enemy to lovers.
ooh,
Okay.
that's fun.
I really struggle with sibling romances.
So this is my caveat to this. As a person who has no full sibling, I have no full siblings at all. Just like we don't.
I don't have any siblings at all, and I struggle.
So we don't talk about it in my family. Like we don't split things up like that because it's, first of all, it's confusing. Second of all, it doesn't matter. And third of all, my stepdad treats me like I'm his child. So it is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I have no full siblings on either side of my family because my parents were children themselves when I was born.
Mm-hmm.
So, the issue that I have with step siblings is when they are raised together as children.
Yeah.
So, like, I read A Little Stranger last year with Vanessa, and here was the problem that I had with this book. I mean, the book was great. Like, for dark romance, it was like top tier dark romance. Like, it was well, it's not well written. I'm gonna take that back. But like, it was good. Like for a dark romance, like for what it was, right? The disconnect I was having is they were adopted siblings.
Yeah.
But they were adopted when the little girl was adopted when she was like 5, and then he joined the family and was adopted when he was 8. So from the time she was 5 years old, they were siblings. And then you want me to believe that when they're teenagers?
Yeah, I don't
know.
That was my disconnect. I think I gave it like 3 stars because I was like, the disconnect for me is too large. But then I read Sabotage by Chantal Tessier, which is technically a step sibling trope, but they were like 14 and 16. I think they were both in high school, and they knew each other at school before realizing their parents were like dating. So I was like, okay, at least this is like a more realistic thing of like they already knew each other. So like there were feelings there somewhere, even though like they weren't acted upon until after the parents were together, which like, okay. But they weren't I mean, they were children, but they were not like small baby children raised together their whole lives. And then I'm supposed to believe that they grew up and fell in love? Absolutely. I can get behind it if they're like adults or like late teenagers. And then like there's like a thing that happens. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
But if you are raising these children as siblings, when they're like little baby beings, and then I'm supposed to believe
it makes me wonder if something inappropriate has happened in their childhood to make this happen.
And then they grow up, and magically, when they're both 18, they are just doing the thing. Absolutely not. I'm so sorry.
No.
It's a disconnect for me. I can't. I also, though, I don't love pseudo incestual books anyway.
Usually I read those kinds of stories in crime novels where
like the dad's best friend
leads to a murder. Then it's okay because it's a murder.
Like the dad's best friend trope, fine. Brother's best friend, cool, whatever. But like if you're trying to make me believe that this 18-year-old girl is sleeping with her stepdad, I don't believe you. No. Absolutely.
That's inappropriate.
She's sleeping with her mother's husband. I think no. As a person who has a stepdad, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Disgusting.
Yeah. There's a power imbalance in that relationship that makes it inappropriate.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But I mean, they're awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. But yes, it's like my life should have been like a romance book. Being that my dad married my bully's parent. So like the biggest bully
for a novel. Yeah.
The biggest bully to me growing up all through like primary school, high school is now my stepbrother.
This really sounds like something is supposed to happen. That
this literally sounds like a dark romance.
But you know what? I still hate him.
It sounds like a dark romance, like a dark bully romance.
Yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, though, I don't even really speak to my father. So
maybe he has a best friend that you're going to magically fall in love with in the next scene.
No,
right?
Definitely not. Knowing who his friends are, definitely not going to happen. I think I would rather choke.
Yeah.
That is also a dark romance trope.
Okay.
The one character is a quarterback and one is the mascot. Oh, maybe that's the one I'm thinking of.
Okay.
They describe the moments of football so far, but nothing major for the fans. Maybe I was looking at that book.
I know a lot of people have been talking about it.
Yeah, a lot of people have been talking about it because the cover to me looked like hockey romance. I mean, there's nothing about hockey on the cover. Like, there's no like hockey stick, hockey puck, nothing. I just like looked at it. It's got like a cell phone on the cover, I think, and I just like looked at it and was like, "This looks like hockey," and then read nothing about it. It's fine.
The document is over. Going to leave you on the TV, but staying to the end of this chat a bit. Oh, I'm sorry. This chat is going
a long time.
To be fair, that was only 25 minutes ago. So
yeah.
Wish I could stay up with y'all. Love the late night crowd, but hubby's work schedule is messing with me more than him. Oh, I can imagine. I think maybe be back, but going to try and snuggle into my sleeper car. Oh, sleep well, Christina. Thanks for hanging out as long as you could. Thanks for hosting this leg of our KuKi journey, Kiani, Jamie, and Neva. Happy sprinting. When we get there, we will get there.
Yeah, we will.
Please remember to show some love to the like buttons and ring the bells. We have beautiful conductor hosts on the KuKi MAYhem train. Didi is the next stop. And then there's the link to get you back on the train if you haven't already.
And we still are nowhere near beating the record for longest chatty bit on a Saluna sprint. Yeah.
Yes. So we're off it by an hour and 10 minutes. I may have a few token straight friends. Lol, I'm diverse like that. A few stragglers. I think I could ring in some stragglers to be my token straight friends. Can you take a picture of the shawl or blanket you're wearing? I can. Not right now because it's keeping me warm. But my grandma crocheted me this. She was actually crocheting it for someone else and she hated it. Not the person she was giving it to. My grandma hated it. She was like, I can't give them that. It's ugly. I was like, I'll take it. I love it.
You're like, give it to me.
So I did. She also fully crocheted me like a Harry Potter blanket with like each like corner of the blanket is like a patch of house squares. It's really cute.
Oh, that's cool.
But I'll post it in the Discord somewhere and I'll tag you in it. Or I'll send it to you on Instagram. Either way. Good night, Christina. Sleep well and take care. See you tomorrow. Good night, Jean. Take care. Christina's still singing. You meant to be sleeping, not singing.
Yes. She's just gonna be humming it as she falls asleep. And
I dream this opening song, so yes, I was wondering, same for Jean. I would love to see your blanket. Oh, I'll definitely show you then. But I won't tell my grandma because she'll be like, "That's terrible. It's ugly." I was like, "It's not."
Everybody will make duplicates of it, and she'll see it everywhere.
This is like my favorite color. This specific type of purple. It's like a really nice, like lavendery, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna be like, Grandma, everyone loves this blanket except you.
And then it's got like a really nice blue, and then she got this mix of wool colors. It's like pink, white,
it's pretty,
purple, and blue. I really liked the colors, and she did like this cool like wavy pattern.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a chevron. It's like a chevron with not too pointy of corners.
Yeah, it's scalloped. I think that's what they call it. Yeah. Who is the author of this sapphic Christmas romance? I will find out for you right now. Make you why mine this? It is. The cover is the best. Oh my gosh. It's by Lizzie Huxley Jones. Looks like this. And they're like holding hands while the brother's hand is on the back. Absolutely iconic.
What is that? Oh, Kiss Her Once for Me. You might like that book. That's a sapphic Christmas book too. Here's the thing. Did I read it in July last year because I am an idiot who didn't pay attention to the cover had snow on it? Yes, I did.
There's also Christmas in July too. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think I read it for.
Whoa.
I think I actually read it for Margaret. Margaret does the mid-year readathon, right? And
yeah, I have this one as well. I haven't read it yet.
I'm not gonna read that one. Is that the Ashley one?
Yeah.
I've heard bad things.
That's really disappointing because I bought it because I like the author.
And that's because I was going to read it, and then a bunch of the besties read it last year. Like Brianna, I think. I know Brittany read it. Rainey, maybe. Like a bunch of them read it like at Christmas time last year, and I didn't get to it. And they were like, dude, I would not. Like they said it felt like a completely different person writing the book.
Well, I'm
still going to read it because
now that Eva has said that, though, next time there is a readathon with an anti-recommendation prompt. I had such a hard time with that last year because I don't get anti-recommendations very much. That is now an anti-recommendation. Now you can read it for that.
Well, and you know the one for Tar this year that's like a low rating that you still think you'll love, and I was like, I don't read low, like I don't purposely go out looking for books with low ratings. So I was like, okay, so to me, like a low rating is anything below like 4-ish stars.
Anything that's a 3 point something, I consider works for that.
Just because I do a 6, and especially because I do a 6-star rating system, and not everybody does that. So I have a little bit less of like a range for what is like not a good book to me. And like a 3-star, I'm not gonna like, I'm gonna read it and I'm not gonna remember it at all. Like it's going to completely just poof out of my brain. Like I'm not even gonna be able to tell you like the plot, nothing. So I'm like looking and I was like, okay, and I don't remember what book I picked, but I was like, well, this is one, but it was definitely one that I was like, oh, I have high hopes for this book, but it only had like a 3.7. Oh, The Stars Are Dying, I think was what I used for that.
Yeah.
Because it only has like a 3.75 rating. But I was like, I'm really like highly anticipating this, and I've already bought the second book.
Yes.
Yeah. Because I needed the pretty edges thing I needed it to match. Okay. I could not have like a plain one.
Yeah.
It happens. So I started reading the Thursday Murder Club series when I was in London, and so I have all of their Waterstones hardcover editions for books 1, 2, and 3. But then I moved back before book 4 got released, and so now I'm just going to have a crappy paperback of book 4.
Well, and that's like so I started collecting the Icebreaker books. What is that series? Maple Hill series, right? So Rainy gets
I have Icebreaker.
the probably smut box, and they did a whole run. They did all 3 of them. So I paid Rainy for her copies because she's like, I don't want these because she doesn't like this series, but she'd already gotten, I think, the first 2 before she'd read them. And she was like, bro, I don't like these. And I was like, Rainy, if you do not want them, I will literally buy them from you. Like, I'm not even asking you to give them to me for free. Like, I will buy them. Well, Ari spilled a soda on the second one. And I was like,
No.
you guys. So then they did a run where it was $80 for all 3. And I was like, that's not even like a bad price. Like for special edition, like signed, whatever. So I reordered them, and then I was like, Ari, do not touch these. Whatever you do. But now I have that like series, right? Like that version of them. But then I also have the hardcover, the American hardcover versions that are like the collector's editions with like sprayed edges and an extra. They have like bonus chapters. So I'm waiting for the third one to come out. But then Crystal was like, "Oh, we're getting different ones here. Like the ones they're getting are different." And she was like, and I was like, "Can you order them for me and then send them?" So I'm waiting until the third one comes out, I think in August. And then I'm just going to send her all the money at once. Because I was like, it doesn't make sense for me to send you this money like one book at a time. And then you have to pay shipping.
Yeah.
Individually. Like it just, because the shipping is just so much anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. It makes a big difference.
That it makes more sense to just
Is
pay.
this the one you're talking about?
Yes, but ours looks different. So y'all's has the crabs on it with that like pink. Mine is upstairs. I'll grab it during this first sprint because mine's like upstairs. But mine is upstairs. It's got snowflakes on it, and then the edges are rose gold. Ours look different.
Yeah,
I'll have to do a side by side when you get it.
Metallic pink.
Yeah, I mean, like, do I need 4 versions of this book? Because like at this point, I'll have like the American hardcovers, the purely smut box special editions, the regular ass versions that I annotated, and then the like Australian UK versions. Like I don't need that many. Oh, and I have them all on my Kindle. Like I don't need this many.
So you're not going to be reading them in print much anyway.
I've only read 5 pages of this.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, during the first sprint, because mine are upstairs, like on the shelf. But during the first sprint, I'll go grab the 2 that I have because I have the first 2. They've already been released.
Yeah.
But when I was trying to make arrangements with Crystal, I was like, I don't want to have to pay shipping 3 times. I was like, that just seems like so. Plus, it seemed like so much hassle for her to have to go to the post office 3 times to send me books. They're like one.
I mean,
just wait.
I live like 30 minutes to like an hour away from Crystal, and we are still trying to figure out a time where we're gonna get me a box she was gonna deliver to me while I was in hospital last year.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm just like, Crystal, it's fine. Like, I'll just, because I told her, I was like, as soon as the last one releases, then I'll just send you the money, and then you can just send it to me.
I think only the first 2 are out over here.
They're only the first 2 are out over here as well. The last one, I think, releases in like August or September, October, something like that. But it's like second half of the year. So I'm like, it's.
I did post the Make You Mine This Christmas, which was the Sapphic Christmas romance. I did post the link. And that is also the one The plus size girl isn't the one with the cane. I'm looking at the wrong book. The plus size girl isn't the one with the cane, but the plus size girl, and then there's the girl with the cane who has a disability. So it's like 2 lots of wrap. 3, because we got the sapphics in there. So that's nice. Ashley Herring Blake was the author of the Sapphic Christmas Romance. She might make this in right. That's the other one I've got, but I haven't read that one yet. So I think you should just do a total video about paying yourself in books, Neva.
So I will be at the end of the year, I will be doing like a book haul after I have like with all the money that or like it'll be end of year content, right? So it'll probably come out in like January because I'll books at the end of the year. But I want to get through because I don't usually do a super structured TBR in December just because I kind of take a break from everything in December. Like I take a break, like I have Ari home for Christmas and like the holidays.
There's so much going on around them. Yeah.
And honestly, like we have so many birthdays in my family between November and December because like mine is at the beginning and then we have my brother's like a couple weeks after that. And then we have a bunch in December and then holidays and blah, blah, blah. And it's just so much. So I usually just kind of mood read through November and December. And December is like, you know, my 1 month to read like all the Christmassy books.
I always have such a stack of unfinished books from the year by December that half the time, by the time I've put together all the ones I've started that have bookmarks sticking out of them that I know I should finish, I have a TBR right there and I really shouldn't start any more books in December.
Any more books, right. Well, and then I've been really good this year at unhauling books. I actually have a bucket upstairs of unhauls. And so I'll probably do like a 6-month unhaul video in July that I'll go up at like sometime in July because I put books on my 2025 self-destruct and 2 of those books they did this last year too. They continued to show up in TBRs and there was nothing in me that wanted to read them. But I kept telling myself, like, well, you bought these. I bought them like during a birthday book haul in 2023. And so all last year I was like, I need to read these. Like I bought them from Barnes and Noble, like they're fantasy. I think one of them is like a Black author. So like I do tend to beat myself up when I buy POC authors and I don't read them. But there's nothing about these 2 books in particular that make me want to read them. Like, I think at the time I was very into the kind of fantasy that these were or that these are. And now I'm not into that kind of fantasy anymore, which is fine. Like, we all evolve.
Yeah.
But I spent money on these books, right? But I'm also like, you can just unhaul them and it'll be fine. You can sell them.
Have you done try a chapter with them yet? Just to see if the writing.
Yeah, so both of them one of them I read 2 chapters in it because the first chapter was very just like world building, like it didn't give me anything. And the other one I did read the first chapter and nothing about like it didn't make me want to continue. Like I was like, so I was like, you know what? They're just gonna go in the
at this point you've given them enough time and enough attention.
Yeah, I've been really good about just putting books in the unhaul if I'm not gonna pick them up.
It's just started raining again.
Oh, you got the rain this time. Yeah. Ours has stopped.
It's only very light.
But yeah, I am gonna do like a book haul of like all the books I earned this year or whatever. Honestly, my TBR, like my unread physical, we're not gonna talk about my Kindle TBR. Okay, we're not gonna talk about the ebooks that I have because it's a lot. Out of like all of my friends, I just
picked up like 300 smart books for free.
My Kindle is uncontrollable. Okay, it's got like 7,000 books on it. It's ridiculous. But out of like all my friends that have like these big like 300 plus physical TBRs, I have like 60 TBR books on my shelf that I need to read.
I've acquired about 500 new books in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah. So I'm just like, we're not like, honestly, if I was going to do like an unhaul project, it would need to be like a Kindle unhaul project.
Yeah.
Because it would be kind of boring to watch me like unhaul. Because honestly, most of my physical TBR fits on my TBR card of unread books that I like. So I'm just like, that's not fun for people to watch, which is why I do KU clean out, because my KU TBR private wish list is like 500 deep. Yep. I'm just like, oh, this looks good, and add it to the wish list.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. Yes, I read that one. I thought Keanu said the title was different, had a plus size character. Yeah, so the plus size one with disability rep is Make You Mine This Christmas by Lizzie Huxley Jones, I think. I've linked it down below anyways. Jean said... Jean said, these guys totally hate each other and met at the age of 16. And right now, I think they're 19. Well.
See, that's okay.
It's at least not creepy.
Yeah, it's not super creepy right now. Akota.
Hello. Hi, friends. I burned myself pretty good cooking dinner, so I may pop on later, but it's going to be a while. If so, I left the bottom drawer in the kitchen open and I tripped over it. And I caught myself on the stove burner. Oh.
Yeah.
Like, run it under the cold water, get some ice on there, and rest up. Oh, that's painful. I hate burns. Burns are terrifying because they sting for ages after you, like, burn. Oh. That's why I never wanted to work in fast food. I was too scared of deep fry burns. Like, no.
Yeah, that's why when I worked in fast food, I absolutely I used to be on grills sometimes, but I refused to do anything with the fryer, dude. Like they'd be like, "Can you drop some fries?" I'm like, "No, I'll go be in the drive-thru." Thank you for asking, though. Thank you so much for your kindness. But when I worked at Dunkin' Donuts, they wanted me to make they were like, do you want to be a donut maker? No. You want me to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to come in and make you guys donuts? Absolutely not. No.
Christina and Glenda saying hi to Coda and ouch. And oh no, Coda. Kiani, the face I just made at you sharing that your bully is now your stepbrother. The horror. Yeah. He's not even like attractive. If it was an attractive bully, it'd be different, but he's just
yeah, it's not even a good setup.
She's like, I can't even stare at him and appreciate him.
Yeah. I can't even glare at him because my eyes burn. Hope you're okay. Grab some ice and the aloe. Yes. Oh yeah, Jean just reminded me about the aloe too. I didn't mean right now. I meant like in the future. I'm always in the market for a new pattern. I will definitely share a picture with you. Hi, Atia. I was talking about you before because I thought that you were reading a book, but maybe you posted below. Maybe you haven't. I can't remember what book it was now. Something about an ocean and a girl and a wife. Something like that.
The Wife Ocean book. Yeah.
Yeah, the Wife Ocean.
Yeah, that one.
The Wife Beneath the Sea or something.
Something like that. Our Wives Beneath the Sea.
That's it. I think that's it.
Yeah.
I thought that you were reading it, but maybe you're not. Hope you're well though. Yeah. It is the ripple pattern.
Yes, that's what I was trying to remember.
Pretty County. I would call it a wave. A chevron, but not so pointy. Yeah. The ripple wave.
Yeah. There's probably regional differences in what they call it too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, Atia from Christina. Wake Up with Nat and Darcy is a sapphic hockey romance. There you go. I love to make the season bright. Oh, good.
Good, yeah.
Well,
okay.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'll try it. I don't know.
Yeah, it may just be one that you have to be.
I was told.
Have you read Delilah Green, Sarah?
So I was told why people thought, I'm not going to tell you why because it is a spoiler. I asked Brittany to tell me why she thought I wouldn't like it because Brittany and I tend to agree when it comes to romances, specifically very contemporary fluffy romances, and so usually if Brittany tells me this is not an evil book, I just believe her. But I did have her tell me why, and I don't necessarily think it's going to be a me book. because of a trope that is in it.
Mm-hmm.
But that's like my own personal thing. That doesn't mean like other people won't like trope.
Yeah, I heard that Ashley Herring-Blake is disappointing. Delilah Green doesn't care. It's definitely not disappointing.
I love the Green series for sure.
So yeah, that's 100%. I brought. Is it called Bright Falls? Is that what the series is called?
Bright Falls, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the Bright Falls series fine. The only one that I've heard that people are not liking was the Christmas.
Yeah. And I bought that because I was like, ooh, Christmas. Ooh, Sapphic. Ooh, this author.
Which I think is why a lot of people bought it, is because like they liked Bright Falls. Because Brianna and Brittany both loved the Bright Falls series too.
Yeah. I've come to the terms of the fact that Brianna and I very rarely agree on books anyway.
Yeah, kind of same. There's some books on our 5 stars when we have to pick 5 stars for readathons where I agree. But half the time, the ones on her 5 stars are the ones that are my 3 stars.
Yeah, and for me, Brianna has done, like, Brianna and I tend to agree on romance and romantasy, because Brianna she likes politics in her romantasy. And
that's where we agree. Like, I like the politics too.
But sometimes with other books, we don't agree on that. So it's kind of a toss-up with Brianna. Like, a lot of times I can go to Brianna and be like, hey, can you give me a sapphic romance to read? And like, we do well.
Yeah.
And that is the link to the book I was talking about. I asked you to be my friend in Storygraph. Oh, okay. I'll happily be your friend. Adding Tara Moss to my TBR. Well, she is Canadian-Australian. She's a Canadian-Australian crime fiction writer, and she writes up the most just her female characters are just a badass. Like,
I
they're
will
just
keep an eye out for them. They would be in my section of the bookstore if we ever get any, because I do DMs. So,
yeah, absolutely love it. She has a really popular series. What is it called? She has a really good book series. I'm trying to think of what it's called.
Yeah, I'll look her up on Goodreads and see what else she's done.
There's like,
because then I'll see what all the covers look like in case they come in.
I think it's Fetish.
Okay.
I think it's the first one in the series. It was like nominated for like an Australian award for best first novel.
Okay.
So I think they're the Ned Kelly Awards in Australia. But yeah,
I'll watch her for sure.
Yeah, my English teacher in high school put me onto her, and definitely should not have been reading her in high school. But
I read a lot of crime fiction in high school. It's good for you.
It is. And I just loved reading about kick-ass women. So
yes.
Hello, Atia. Hey, lovely, just woke up from a nap. Tom is hurting today, but I'm going to start dinner soon with sausages and leftover roasties. That sounds so delicious. I am also not feeling great today, so you're not alone. I hope we both feel better by the time you get here. I think people would like to know your rules about how you're going to pay yourself so that they could try it themselves.
Oh, I mean, I can definitely do that. I mean, it's really simple. I could literally explain it to you right now, but I could make, if people want, like,
you need to make a video and then we'll all watch it and then you get watch hours for it.
That's true. But the long and short of it is, which I'll tell y'all here because we're on sprints, and then I'll write it down and I'll just sit down
preview.
Yeah, and I'll sit down this week and I'll make like an in-depth video.
Yeah.
Technically, I got this idea from Margaret. Margaret and I were talking about it, and I was like, I don't want to do punishments this year for my TBR game because punishments do not encourage me to read shit. Like, it just discourages me because I'm like, I just won't read, right?
Yeah, punishments don't really work for motivation.
So rewards, I need to come up with some kind of reward, and I didn't. And so Margaret and I were talking one day, and she was like, what if we paid ourselves to read books? And I was like, say less. So for every TBR book, so every book that is picked, which can be between like 2 and, well, no, it can be like between like 3 and like 3+ books. It doesn't, right? Okay. Depending on how many books the wheel picks, however many of those I finish that are actually part of my TBR game, not just like books for projects, stuff like that, I get a single $1 for each book I finish on my TBR game. So that can be an infinite amount of money. And then I'm terrible at finishing series. I will read like the first couple books in the series and then ghost the series, okay, for like 2, 3, 5 years. So for every series that I complete in a month, I get $5. That's just how I'm doing it, because
sounding useful.
For me to actually finish a series, like I can have the whole series sitting on my shelf staring me in the face.
Yes.
And I'll just let it sit there and sit there and sit there and sit there. And I'll be like, oh, I should really pick up.
I have one right next to my elbow that's been doing that to me all year. Yeah.
Like I finished Dreamland Billionaires this year. I started that series in like 2023. I read the first 2 books back to back 2023. I went to pick up the 3rd book. I didn't love how the main character was portrayed, so I set it down and was like, I'll come back to it like in a couple months, give myself a little bit of breather. And I just finished it last week.
Yeah.
So like this month I get $5 for finishing a series, but it also took me 2 years to finish the series. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's, but I can sit down and do like an actual video over how I'm doing it, but it's just to encourage me to read. So I just keep, I know Margaret does like fake money in a jar. Like she bought fake money and she puts it in a jar. I think I am also going to do that. I've been using electronic cash envelopes, because I have an app on my phone. I don't remember what it's called, but I have an app on my phone where you can basically put in fake money, right? And so I've been doing it that way so I can keep track of the total. But I do think Margaret was onto something.
Yeah, you guys, you need to have a video, because this is inspiring me to add an element to my project I've been working out. Because, you know, I've been bringing home books at the tail end of our bag of books sale. Every time I go to work, I seem to come back with a couple more boxes. I brought home 11 boxes in the last week, like boxes of books.
Yeah.
In addition to the ones I got during the actual sale week. Like, it's ridiculous. But I've been making book haul videos for all the books I brought in they're all part of the same acquisition time frame.
Right.
So I don't mind at all getting a lot of books, but I need to hold myself accountable
to read them
for the selections that I'm making, because I'm being a lot more allowing of what goes in the boxes.
Yeah.
And so I was thinking I need to do something to be accountable for reading the books that are in my book haul videos. So I'm thinking maybe I put 5 cents in the jar for every book that I finish that's in one of the book haul videos for this grand set of book hauls. Right. And then at the end of the year, I can use that money for something that I want, which will probably be honey whiskey. But, you know, whatever I'm actually wanting by the end of the year.
Right.
Because it probably won't be books, because the way I acquire books is different to begin with. And I don't need more books. I will be bringing home more books. I probably will get more books this week. But it's not something where the money goes well with that, because I'm not buying books with money anyway. That's not how I get them.
Yeah.
But I love the idea of just adding the 5 cents for each book, because if it's $1, I'm going to run out of dollars before I run out of books.
Right. Yeah. And for me, like, because I love making the TBR video. Yeah. I love having like the structure of a TBR. I hate following the TBR. Yeah. So it is a more elaborate system than what I just said, because there are also steps like putting the all of my TBR books every month go onto a spinner wheel, and I use that to pick the order in which I read the books. Now, obviously, next month it's gonna be a little bit different because we have the Amazing Readathon. So it's gonna
have a structure already imposed from outside.
Right.
Yeah.
So the next month will be a little bit different as far as like how books are picked, but I will go ahead and I will make a
video, and then I can reference your video and put a link in the comments in my book haul.
And I'll also tag
about what I'm doing.
I'll also tag Mar.
Mm.
I think she made an actual short about hers. Mm-hmm. I know that I'm pretty sure in her first TBR video of the year, she also explained it there as well. Mm-hmm. So if I can find those links, I will put those in my description, but I'll definitely tag Margaret, because if it hadn't been for Margaret, I wouldn't even come up with this place. But I will sit down this week and I will film a video. It'll be just like a bonus video explaining how I'm paying myself. Because I mean, maybe it will help maybe somebody else will use it.
It's a cool idea. And somewhere between your idea, my idea, and Margaret's idea, it should work for a lot of people.
And I did feel like when I first started doing BookTube and I came up, so the first TBR I ever came up with was a Gilmore Girls inspired TBR. If you go back on my page, you can find it. And I drew it on my iPad and I played it on my iPad. It was a whole thing, okay? Because I was the digital reading girly back then.
I need to check this out. Yes.
So everything was digital, but it was super fun. So I've always played TBR games. They've just kind of evolved. But I always thought that because everyone else had TBR games that had rewards and punishments, that I too had to have punishments in order to counterbalance the rewards. Yeah. And then last year I was like, dude, you didn't read anything on your TBR. I did read TBR books, but not in the months that I was supposed to, because I was like, well, I have to tack a book on to next month's TBR because I didn't read this month's TBR or whatever. And I was like, punishments is not working. It's truly just discouraging me, to not read the books. And at least with the concept of you could get $1 for reading more, or to also allow myself to switch books out. If I really don't want to read a book that month, I do allow myself to carry it over to the next month and there's no punishment in doing that.
Yeah. And what I'm doing is kind of correcting, I like the idea of the read what you own, but I don't like the idea of the book buying ban, because it doesn't work for me the way I do things.
And I also don't buy a ton of books throughout the year. So we get, I get tax money back, right? And so I pay up all my bills with tax money. And then whatever is left over is used for play money. We can buy books, we can buy clothes, we can buy whatever we want. And so usually my big book haul of the year is in that time frame. So February to April, because then I didn't this year, but usually I also do indie bookstore day. So I'm usually buying 3 or 4 books for that. And so my spending on books is very sporadic because I also have people that send me books. So
it doesn't make sense for you to do
not required. But there's no point in me, I'm not a person who goes out every month. Which, I mean, I love watching a book haul, but I'm just not that person. Plus, I don't have big bookstores where I live. I'd have to go 2 hours away to go to the closest Barnes.
So it's not really your problem that you need to be correcting anyway.
Yeah, and I'd have to get on, onto BarnesandNoble.com, log into my account, order the books. It's so much work for me to haul books. So a lot of times my book hauls are Libby book hauls, or they are Stuff Your Kindle Day book hauls. Yeah. Which I think I will go back to sharing my Stuff Your Kindle Day books. It's just that the editing part of those is so much because I have to superimpose all of the book covers. So if I'm getting 500 books, I have to superimpose all the book covers, and that takes 12 years to do. But I know people watching those. But book buying bans do not work for me because I'm okay, I only really buy books. Yes, I have a couple of months a year where I'm just buying books to buy them. But for the most part, I'm buying books to complete series, or I'm oh, I have the first book in this series. I need the second one to match, I think. Yeah. I don't buy a lot of frivolous books, I guess. I don't. You don't
strike me as someone that just buys books because they're there.
Yeah. which is why like using the money that I get throughout the year for reading books works for me to then buy more books with that money, because then it's like maybe I have, we'll say $200 at the end of the year. I can go spend my $200 and then I'm like, all right, cool.
Yeah.
No, planner stuff, that's a different story. But that's because nobody can see that because it's all digital.
Yeah.
But I don't buy like a ton of books. Plus, buying bands for me with anything doesn't work. It makes me want to buy that thing more.
Yeah, it's it
makes me find a way to
buy now.
Right, like it makes me find a way to justify buying it.
Yeah.
Well, I know I'm not supposed to buy it, but I really need it because they'll get rid of it by the end of the year or something. Like I justify it to myself and then I buy it anyway. So I'm like, clearly this doesn't work.
Yeah. Do you do book buying bans, Selena?
I have mainly this year only because I literally do not have the money to buy anything.
It's a natural ban.
But it's like but I also am kind of trying to read more from my shelves. And then I'm moving anything off my shelf that is less than a 3-star.
That's smart.
Yeah, I do this too. Because my goal is to only have books on my shelves that I've loved. Like that somebody can look at my bookshelf. Now, I think I'll always have like, we'll say like 1 or 2 bookshelves that are like TBR bookshelves, right? Yeah. But I ultimately want to have like the bookshelves, once we move upstairs, the bookshelves that I like film in front of, I want to only be full of books that I've already read and loved.
Yeah, eventually, like the only books I keep are the ones that are the equivalent to your 6 stars.
Right.
Like if they're not that good, even if it's a 5-star book, if it's not that good a book, I don't keep it. So I'm not going to have it in a shelf to be behind me. But I do have a growing collection of books that are, the books that were the 6-star books, that even if I read them as library books or online or whatever, when I find a good copy, I get that. So that I'll eventually have them all behind me on a shelf.
And the exception I make with this is like, because this has happened to me. A Good Girl's Guide to Murder, that series, that's the perfect example. So that's the example I'm going to use. I own all 3 of those books, but I do not like the 3rd book. I DNF the 3rd book 20-ish% in. But because I have like the novella and then the 3 main novels, I'm not going to get rid of the 3rd book. Like, I'm not going to have a partial series.
Yeah, it just doesn't look right to just not have that.
Yeah. But I do tell people like, no, I did not like the 3rd book. Like that's what it is. But otherwise, like I'm going to unhaul books if I'm like, if they're not a book that just lives like rent free in my brain, there's no point in it being on my shelf.
Yeah.
So do we want to just at some point decide that we're going to sprint and come back to this?
We're not that far from the bottom, so I have to crack on tomorrow and at least declutter my wardrobe because the agent is bringing a whole bunch of other agents to promote our house. Oh, I do not envy you at all. But just think, when it's all done, you get to come to Australia and have a holiday, and it'll be so much fun. Hi, Jessica Kiwi. I like book payments. Bill, who else loves book payments? I have no clue what you're talking about.
That book. She doesn't know. So it wasn't.
Oh, okay. Then it wasn't you.
Okay.
The payment system sounds awesome. Yeah, I like it. I agree with Jamie. Def did the video. This is brilliant.
I'll do it this week.
Truly, Neva, you'll inspire people to finish books with paying yourself. Good content.
Mm-hmm.
I love the idea of reading to earn fake money to buy something fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, book reviewers. Do you rate books based on how much you like them or the intrinsic characteristics of books? Both.
Yeah, a mixture of both for me.
And in my reviews, I tend to write, while this was not written really well, I really loved this book.
Or it was technically really well done. I just hated it.
Yeah.
So I am not a critical reviewer at all. I'll just be honest. Like, I tried to use the Compile spreadsheet when that first came out. It doesn't work for me because I don't pay attention to all of that. Like I'm not rating on like plot, characters.
Yeah, you're doing it all at once. You're just
I'm not,
the vibes.
so,
like how is it going? Yeah.
The first thing that has to, first of all, I have to relate to something in the book. Like it has to hit for me. Like it has to be something that I give a crap about. I'm only really going to be critical of books if the vibe is not there.
Yeah.
But I'm definitely like a vibe reader. So like there are a lot of times where I will give a book a higher rating. And then when someone asks me why I gave it a high rating, I'm like, it was literally just like it was the vibe. Like it tends to be like right book, right time for me.
Yeah.
As opposed to being super critical about my rating.
That's like, who was that? I was talking with someone about Song of Achilles, and I was like, they were like, I really didn't like that book. And I was like, yeah, you know what? Like, I don't really think I liked it all that much neither when I really think about it. And then I looked back at my review and it was 5 fucking stars.
Yeah, so I
really liked it. But, like I was reading other books on the same topic. So I was getting that, where the books were kind of taking different perspectives on the same story. So it wasn't just Song of Achilles when I was reading it. It was comparing it with 3 other books that were also talking about Achilles and the Trojan War and everything. So by itself, I don't think I'd have liked it as much.
I definitely don't think I would rate that 5 stars today.
Like it's too much of a 5-star for me, but it might be rounded up from 4.75. But I still like it.
My ratings, I think, have changed.
Yeah.
Well, that's like pucking around for me. The first Jacksonville Raids book, I originally gave that book 4.75 stars. I gave it 4.75 stars, friends, because of one thing that happens in the book that it like just grossed my autism all out. I was like, no, absolutely not. And then Brittany was the one that was like, dude, you put this. I think at that point I'd put it on like 3 or 4 different like host favorites for readathons. I had like been just praising this book, and she was like, book lives rent free in your brain. Like this is at least a 5-star book for you. Yeah. And then when I really sat down and thought about it, I was like, this is a 6-star book. Like it just is, you know? So it's like that, like it can go both ways. But I don't tend to be super critical of books.
Yeah. I'm only critical if it starts not working for me. Then I start figuring out why it's not working.
Yeah.
For me, it's both. I rate based on my enjoyment and the technique the author uses, so to speak. Did they have plot holes? Did they execute what they wanted to in a good way? Did they have a pair? Yeah, I feel that. And make tough decisions. Did they make me feel something? Were the characters laid or one-dimensional?
Yeah.
I also guess it depends a lot on whether you read books for the plot or for the characters or for a mix of both.
What you're reading. Like I read a lot of nonfiction. It's totally different when you're reading nonfiction.
Yeah.
And I don't tend to rate nonfiction, but it's because the nonfiction that I usually read is either like self-development or it is
somebody's personal story. Yeah,
it's like a memoir, and I'm not going to rate your life story. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Like unless it's like the 3rd Gilmore Girl where I was like, this is 6 stars, best thing I ever read. Yeah. I'm not going to rate how you interpret your life. That feels weird. I'm not God.
I do rate them if they're badly done.
I will do that. Like if I was just like, I don't even understand why this was written, then yes. But if it's just like Will Smith's memoir, a lot of people didn't like that, but I actually did enjoy listening to him talk about himself. Maybe that makes me weird.
It's okay. He also enjoys listening to him talk about himself.
Right. So. But a lot of people said that like they thought that the book was too long, but like also Will Smith is an older gentleman. Like he's not old by any means, but like he's older, like he's lived life. And so I don't tend to rate those. But personal development books, I sometimes will rate if they did not hit with me. Like if I go and read a personal development book and I was like, why was like this was so boring?
This
like,
was just to sell books. It had no point. Yeah.
I'll give it like 2 stars and be like, I don't usually rate nonfiction, but this did nothing for me.
I think if I'm going to rate nonfiction, it depends on a few things. It depends on if what it's advertised as is what I'm getting from it. If I got out of it what I wanted to based on what it was advertised as, and if it also like made me think or encourage like learning or growth. I think that's kind of how I rate my nonfictions. Because I think it was you that I was talking to Song of Achilles about. Not surprising. I read a middle grade and put in a Storygraph where I saw someone had done a review and only given it 2 stars. And that's the other thing I think you need to consider, like whether it's, you're the right demographic for the book. And usually in my reviews, if I rate something low, although I'm not the demographic, this is what I expect out of a middle grade book or what I expect out of a children's book. And it still didn't grab me. I mean, I think I rated like Looking for Alaska by John Green like 2.5 stars. And I've read other John Green and rated
3.75, but it wasn't
and rated it higher, but that book was just terrible. I just
if I don't, I also tend to read a lot of middle grade. Like I just read a middle grade arc a couple of months ago and I gave it 4 stars, but I did say in my review, like, I understand while reading this was for middle grade, so what I'm rating this off of is whether I would give it to a sibling, a child who is of the age that this is meant for, and if I think that they would understand, because it was really about like grief, like she lost her mother or something, or her mom was a drug addict. It was, so I was like, does this explain what's happening in a child's perspective well enough for an actual child to understand it, not for me as an adult to understand?
And like I have been reading like a lot of like children's classics, so like the Narnia series, and I'm trying to work my way through the Wizard of Oz, which that book was terrible. I think I've read an abridged version, and I think that's what the issue was, because I grew up
the original one is better than abridged by a lot.
I grew up watching the original movie, which I know, and the version of the Wizard of Oz I read, I felt like more happened in the movie, and I know that shouldn't be the case.
Yeah, the book has a lot more if you don't read the version.
And one of my favorite books of all time is a children's classic. It's like Alice in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass. That like combination of 2 books are 2 of my all-time favorite books.
I love the transition into the second one.
So much so that I collect copies of those 2 books, and I have like multiple because that's like
I have
my
to
one
grab
toy.
mine.
But I love those books. So I do read those books, and so I understand what they're meant to do, and when I see it not executed very well, I guess that's when I just rate it. Firstly, the person's own writing was atrocious, but they marked it down because they felt older readers wouldn't enjoy it. Well, that's dumb. They're not the intended audience.
Especially if you are not the target demographic, but you're still reading the book. Because like I said, because I have younger siblings, I have children that I will vet books for first. I do read it. Like I just read Charlotte's Web last month or this month, something, maybe last month. And I read Charlotte's Web and I gave it 4 stars. Like it's not a 5 or 6 star book for me. Now, part of that could have been because I could not find an ebook version of this book that I did not have to purchase, and I was not purchasing it when we own a physical copy. So if I really wanted to read it with my eyes, I would have. I didn't really love that the narration for the audiobook is done by a man, when our female main, like our main character is a girl, like is a little girl. Like we get a lot from Fern, right? And it was an older sounding man, so like it didn't even work for them to be like, oh well, it's because of Wilbur. No, didn't love that. But like it solidly, like it was a 4-star like children's classic for me as an adult. So like it's a good children's classic.
It definitely is unfair to the author. I agree. But I realize I also tend to rate higher. I actually enjoy the book. Well, yeah. Some people are just dicks. Yep.
This is my
Ooh.
looking glass. It's leather bound and padded. And
I haven't read those other two.
Yes, The Hunting of the Snark and Phantasmagoria and Other Poems. I've read The Hunting of the Snark separately. I haven't read all his poetry yet. But
are they all like set within the Alice realm, or just it's just his works
Hunting
in
of
general?
the Snark is like similar sort of quirky fantasy, but it's like a short story. And so it's not really in the same world, but you could imagine it being in the same world.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Night, Jean. Thanks for hosting. Night, Jean. Good night, Jean. Take care. And we're at the end. So let me just pull up. I clicked on a tab and I was like, why does that say fetish? And it's because it's a book by Tara Moss.
Yeah, it's the one you were looking up.
So I was like, why was I looking this up?
Yes. So how long was the chatty bit before the sprint and the pizza party?
2.5, I think.
So we haven't tied yet.
Although I did think Nicole said 3, but I don't know if I agree with that.
No.
I don't think
Well,
it was
we only
quite
are on for what, 4 hours total for this leg? Something
Yeah.
like that. Yeah, it's only 4 hours, so we don't have time to do 3 hours of chatty bit and have much of a sprint.
So that hour will be 5.5. Will give us 15 minutes when we come back ish.
Yeah.
So we'll get an hour and a half in.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to find
An hour and a half in a 4-hour chunk. It's not terrible. Yeah. Just don't have to say how he split it up.
Definitely done worse.
Yes. It's not worse. We were talking about books. We didn't get distracted by
we were on task. We just were talking in videos.
Stop sharing that one. Yeah,
and for folks on this segment of the planet, it's middle of the night, so we get a bit squirrely.
Yeah, and I'm just
well, and you're squirrely just because you're trying not to focus on stuff. So.
Pain. Yeah. When I go to a sprint, I actually have to deal with my pain.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to make sure to turn it on so we hear the sound because I've done that one too many times. And I will see. Oh, let's take Jean Glenda away. I enjoyed the chatty bit. Night, Jean. Okay, falling asleep. So I will go night, 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 Courtney. And I'm going to star that one. And then we're going to pop this one up. And then I will see you all in an hour and a half.
Hi, kid. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yay, I made it make noise. So I managed to take some painkillers because I didn't even color. I just laid. It's very, very still. But the pain is dying down a little now. So I'm going to take this opportunity to sleep while I can.
Mm-hmm.
I need to take like a nap after we close up here.
Yeah.
But how did you guys do?
Good.
I did read this time.
You read, yay!
I read 3 chapters, so I'm
Nice.
proud of myself. So I got to like where I was supposed to be like 2 days ago when I started this book. It's really fun. It's really fun because I split my physical books. It's harder to do if I'm only reading on Kindle, but if I have the physical book, I split it up into like 5 days worth of reading.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is like sticking to 5 days worth of reading because I do really well with only reading like one ebook, physical book, whatever, and one audiobook, and then I start like 12 books all at once. So it's fun. I'll get it.
I usually have about the same number going. Yeah.
Like, and when I have that many books going, it's like I make a little bit of progress in each one, but I don't finish any of them.
Yeah, and then you hit one day, and all of a sudden, they all line up where you finish a bunch, and you look all
Right.
badass.
So like I looked at my stats for May because we're almost at the end of the month, and it says I've only read 4 books the entire month, but I've started like 20.
Yeah.
So like, it's fine.
Yeah. The more I hear about how you do reading, I think you and I have very similar patterns for how we go about our reading.
Yeah. Because I'll tell myself like, oh, just read one physical book, one audiobook. Then you have like then I have like a Kindle book when I need one.
Yeah.
But then I also have like an audiobook for when I want to like color or play a game or whatever. And I do really good for like 2 weeks.
Yep.
We have 2 books going. And then like that second week comes around and I've got like 12 books that are just sitting on my TBR and or on my currently reading. And I'm like, well, how did this happen?
Yeah. Yeah.
Where did all these books come from?
Yeah.
They just multiply while you're sleeping.
They do. They have to.
I think I do better when I have one of each. And I can pretty well stick to one of each. And then when I finish that one, I'll replace it on that device kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I still really struggle with audio. It's something I'm trying to work through because I'd get a lot more done if I could focus on audio. But yeah, I struggle with that a little.
Audio is like a bad habit for me because I like being able to do something else while doing audio, but my visual reading speed is faster than what I max out at for audio, unless I'm right at the computer, at which point I'm not multitasking anyway. So I would finish more books if I'm not doing audio. But I just get so used to doing audio that then my rate of finishing books drops because even at 2.5 or 2.75 speed, I can't finish books as fast when it's audio. And then eventually I start getting tired of the audio and then I start doing other things entirely. And so actually this month has been really good because my computer does not like going between StreamYard and YouTube and the audio players that I use through the library. Somewhere in between all of that, it starts to get slowed down and eventually I have to restart my computer. So doing all these sprints, I can't do audio if I'm on StreamYard with anybody or I start, skipping. So yeah. So this month I've actually finished print books. It's been amazing. But I always have a print book, an audiobook, an ebook, And usually the print books and audiobooks and ebooks are one fiction and one nonfiction. And sometimes I also do a short story collection in each of those formats.
Yeah.
And then whatever else I'm also reading, like for buddy reads or projects, or 12 to 15 books usually, if I'm actually honest about what I'm currently reading technically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to speed read these comments because we've got 5 minutes.
Yes.
So, good night, Courtney. Take care and sleep well. Okay, friends, I need recommendations for a possible 5-star sci-fi book. I would say definitely link up with Jamie somehow.
Yes.
Because I bet, Jamie's
Ask
probably
that
the best one to
question in the
get.
next chatty bits over at Dee Dee's, and I
Yeah.
will probably hop on screen with her because it's not that late yet, and we can chat sci-fi over there.
Yep. Sounds like a plan. But yeah, I definitely would say Jamie is your recommendation for all things sci-fi. Oh, thanks, Molly. I definitely did it. Let me tell you, I've been sleeping so bad because of this pain the last couple of days. My grandma came in, she's like, do you know what you want for dinner? I was like, I have no clue. I probably won't eat anything. And she was like, oh, what do you mean? What have you been eating? Nothing. I haven't eaten all day. Well, you need to eat.
You need pudding. Tell her you need chocolate pudding.
In too much pain to eat.
Tell her make you some chocolate pudding and you can have chocolate pudding.
And she will say, no, you need to eat vegetables to get better.
Chocolate pudding has protein and sugars and fats.
She doesn't really understand the concept of nerve pain, so she doesn't understand that eating vegetables isn't going to fix my nerve pain.
Yeah. Well, you could do sweet potatoes.
Oh, yeah.
Sweet potatoes and butter, like mashed sweet potatoes. It's like
not a huge fan of sweet potato.
If you don't add too much sweet to it, if it's just the sweet potatoes and butter and a little bit of salt and pepper, that's how I usually eat them. They're really good. And you can make them nice and smooth if you want something that's not too, laborious.
Yeah, when I make like normal mashed potato, I like whip it with a whisk, so it's like smooth.
Yeah.
Now
either of those, it gives you food. It's easy. And whatever you don't eat, you can use as ingredients in a meal later.
Yeah. Got to 32% in Heroes of the Water Monster and shop for birthday gifts for my partner. Aww, I love shopping. Not when I have no money, though. Good morning, faithful. Hope you have a great start to your morning and you have some fun things planned today, whether that be reading or even if you have to work, at least you can find like a little bit of fun in your day somehow. Good job multitasking, Tia. I'm really good at multitasking if it doesn't require using brain power. But yeah, I'm literally going to jump on Instagram on my reels and brain rot till I fall asleep.
Sounds like a plan. You are looking a little better. Like your face doesn't look like you're in as much acute pain.
Yeah, it's definitely.
It was starting to show before we went to
relaxed.
Yeah.
Yeah. My kitty decided I'm her bed, so you're getting cuddles. Even better. I miss my kitty cuddles.
Yeah.
Good morning, Molly from Faithful. Okay, sounds good. Sorry to hear that you're not feeling good, County. Oh, thanks. It's just nerve pain. Ugh. Shimmy's in. Hey, Cooksters. Hello, Dee Dee. I'm about to send everyone your way.
Yes, and I'll hop on screen with you, Dee Dee, for a bit because I'm still
And just a reminder to Molly, ask about sci-fi over at Dee Dee's.
Yes, because we have an unfinished question, but
yes,
Kiani needs to go to bed.
But thank you all so much for hanging out with me, Jamie and Neva, and everyone else for coming to hang out in the chat. It was lovely to have you.
You and I need to do sprints together sometime so we can chat books.
Absolutely. Yes. You just let me know when, and I will make room. Because what is the schedule? No one has one.
Yeah. Well, sometime when we feel like being on like impromptu sprints when we need to read for TAR and like, because they don't usually do as many sprints as I need.
Yeah,
I always want there to be sprints during TAR when there aren't any.
Yeah, and a lot of it has to do with the time zones of hosts, because it's hard to get a lot of hosts that are all in different time zones.
So sometime when you feel like we need sprints, when it works for both of us, we'll just have to do some impromptu sprints.
Absolutely.
So we can hang out and chat books and
Absolutely. That sounds so fun. I am also going to jump over with Dee Dee as well, so for a little bit.
It's like way later for you guys than it is for me, and I'm like, no. Pain's got me in the
2 o'clock in the morning. It's not that late.
Look, I'd be all up for staying, but while I have a little bit of painlessness,
you really need to rest.
Is when I need to rest.
Yes. If I was there, I'd be sucking you in. You need to go to bed.
I'm gonna be up at like 4 o'clock in the morning, and someone else's sprint's going. The paid's back.
You need chocolate pudding. Someone needs to get you chocolate pudding. I
just settle for chocolate. Let's be honest.
Yeah, chocolate in general. Actually, the serotonin boost. Yeah, you need chocolate.
I'm gonna roll these end sprints because I've actually never done the ending screen. Because I always am like bye and then just end the stream. But it was so lovely having you all, and thanks for joining me. And I'll see you
thanks
all
for having me
very soon. Bye. Actually, tomorrow. My next sprints are tomorrow. So I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Grab your ebook and read it.